Hey, all right. Hey, nice, Mike. Yeah, Astro's a solid piece of kit. Just simply because you get, like, really nice interactivity still. React Flow? No, I've never done any flow charting, really. And I think you mean, like, dynamic flow charting, right? Like, where you can, like, draw the flow charts dynamically from either data or maybe, like, user-submitted data, too. Like, they can modify and create. Yeah, I've never done any of that. I did look at embedding Mermaid at one point. Yeah, user-buildable workflows. Yeah, I haven't done anything like that. There was also... What was the thing Adam Learns Live used to use? Yeah, no worries. Blockly? Yeah, Blockly seems interesting. So, you know, it's like a visual coding thing, but might be worth looking into as well. Just if you have, like, really, really complicated flows that you want to have people set up. Right, it's focused on, like, visual programming, but it is still kind of like a flow. So it depends on how complicated your flows need to get. I would look at and see if React Flow does it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Right, but like it generates like actual code, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, right, like it's actually dynamically updating the code that you outputted, which is kind of cool. But then you got to think about like sandboxing and things like that. Yeah, I only know about it because of, like, back when his name was Adam13531, you know, Adam Learns Live, he was building something based on Blockly that was called Bot World. Maybe Sondrill, yeah. Yeah, he was doing, like, a thing for, like, teaching people coding kind of stuff. That was a game where you pitted your bots against other people's bots in an automated fashion. Really cool idea, but hard to monetize. The only way you can get picked up for something like that is getting funding from, like, education-oriented platforms. But could be something for 100 devs. You know, if they ever want to start teaching, like, younger and younger audiences. Could be a thing. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a cool idea. Let me update my Twitter or YouTube description. And there we go. They might shut down or stop supporting it. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if it's one of those things that needs that much, like, continued dev effort, right? It's a library rather than a service. No, Tab Review stream is going to be on June 8th and 9th as part of, like, the Streamiversary celebration. Hold on. on, let me do a thing for work. Hey! Cool. Yeah, our public Slack just got reinstated. Awesome. Woo! Sweet. So yeah, we are doing GitLab support today. Let's dig into it. So I needed to get the GitLab logo. Did I not do that? All right, so I think this is just an issue now, or maybe it's the wrong tag. Oh, there we go. Yeah, just had to make it look it up again. Oh, I forgot to actually copy and paste the chat for YouTube over here. Nice, thanks, FD. All right, so yeah, GitLab integration. Not sure about that type, and we're not sure about these types yet, because we haven't looked at the GitLab API yet. Not fully. All right, so one big thing, we need to figure out authentication. So only API version 4 is available at the moment. Let me double check that over here in the fetchers. There we go. A valid API request might look like this. You don't need the .json at the end. And what I want to do here is default, because people can do their own GitLab domain. And instead of base URL, we probably want that to just be the domain. Wait a minute. Did I leave... Why are we performing so poorly? We see a kernel task taking up a bunch of CPU. It's still a thing, but dealing with the app stores sucks. I think my goal is to eventually just make it a web app instead. But also, I don't think it's the right investment of my time. So I pivoted to Vexilla because we were using Vexilla at a previous company. I hope they're still using it. That'd be awesome. But yeah, I wanted to start working on a version 2 for that I thought was something we could eventually maybe monetize. I don't know for sure, but that's a thought. And yeah, I think Walter is more monetizable. So yeah, Mealection was like a good fun project to work on until I kind of figured I had better fish to fry, right? Or bigger fish to fry or whatever. Something we can always come back to, but I don't think it's going to be like something I can focus on to generate like revenue to eventually not have to work a job, which sounds amazing, doesn't it? That's definitely the goal of every indie hacker. Have a project you can make enough money to live off of that you no longer have to do a 9 to 5. Yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, I like this idea. We got that. We just return, and this is where we're going to be doing this whole thing. And instead of domain, hold on, let's just do that. Basic. Yeah, no matter what, the APIs we're going to be hitting. Right, we are versioned, right? So I think we have to do V4. If someone ends up needing support for an older version of the GitLab API, that sounds to me like a support contract. I still want people to be able to inject their own domain, just in case. And this might be the wrong place for this config. We'll have to think about that. It's probably going to be in the fetcher somewhere. It has some state. As part of like the fetcher config. double checking. I see work stuff popping off. Gotta make sure I'm attentive to their needs. We don't have any types in here yet, and we're probably going to want to start doing that part. So a big part here is going to be OAuth 2 tokens. See any other headers that we need to pass other than the bearer token, though? Oh, interesting. You can perform actions on a user's behalf using sudo, or sudo, I guess. Interesting. Right, so their responses make sense. I think we can wait on pagination for now. Got to make sure that project or namespace / project path is URL encoded. Okay. Just can't have that slash in there. Same thing for this. That's interesting to me. That seems like a flaw. All right, so ID versus internal ID. So if an IID exists, we should be using the IID instead of ID. Okay. Unknown route, date encoding, third-party clients. We see Node.js libraries, but not just straight up JavaScript. Okay. So that's like the getting started of this. Now we need to dig into the resources themselves. All right, and this is where we're going to pop open a bunch of these things. So hold on. We probably want to switch to that. Alright, so cores should be acceptable. Oh, so they don't allow an implicit flow. So hold on. Authorization code with PKCE. And this is a client app, so we should be good doing the authorization code with PKCE. So we need to register an application. Zoom out a bit and see if we can get a better UI here. Now wait a minute. Oh! That's right. I guess mitosis is hosted on GitLab? I forgot that. Alright, so then as a group, can I create an application? So this is just authorizing applications. Is there a developer section? Ooh, GitLab next. Sure. Nah. I'm good. Let's go back. Okay, so here in my profile, oh, I see. So I actually do want to do that over on Vexilla. Ooh, and what scopes do we end up needing? So it needs read-write access. So I don't think I need read or write repository or read or write any of these things. I don't need sudo. Ooh, maybe I do. I think we're good here. Ooh, the redirect URI. Let's just go look at what we're doing with GitHub there. And we need 2 of them. Yep. So we'll do dev first. Here, need to do this part. Give me a sec. Should be able to show that now. Permissions. We're good. Can add a note to users. Actually, hold on. Let's go back. Glad they don't show the whole secret. Callback URL. Alright, so auth callback GITLAB. Yep. Let me do this because I bet they're gonna show the secret. So they don't show it by default. Awesome. But I need to maybe go edit the env file anyway. They call it an app ID. Oh, that is a really long app ID. Ooh. Right, and it's 5174. And then I need to do this too. Vite GitLab app name. I don't actually know if I end up needing that. All right. Packages. Oh no, it's up in apps still. Get off. Right, GitLab app ID is still necessary. I need a new secret because the old one reset on me. We copy that. We're gonna keep it as client ID and client secret. All right, so then I can refresh that page. Yep. I think I'm good there. Let me just update this. All right, so we quit that, Copy a random thing so I don't leak the secret, and we're good. So yes, in the meantime, let's close some of this other stuff that we don't end up needing. Do I have to save that anywhere? Yeah. Oh no, this one is 3. Damn. Yeah. Which means that this is definitely 3 as well. I was making that mistake. 5174 is our server. There we go. Yeah. All right. So that part's good. That part's good. Next up, we got the auth flow right there. What we need to do next is look at creating a branch, creating a commit. Nah, any certification for that isn't going to be that valuable. If you're looking at it just for like a test, I don't know. I don't know of anything. Look at it this way. There might be some relevant certifications for specific stacks, but for full stack in general, no. And even then, I'm not sure that they would be that valuable. The only certification I've heard of actually being valuable are like the security ones, like MCSE security stuff, and like AWS, like the Cloud Practitioner certification. Merge requests is the other one we'll need. All right, so let's look at these APIs we just popped open. So let's look at the GitHub form fetchers. We've got installations, which I'm not sure we end up needing. Hold on, let me look at that. Integrations. I'm sure there's something in here we'll have to look at. You do need to be able to get repositories, though. So yeah, fetching installations, branches, repositories, fetching an individual branch, trees, commits, getting the current config. Ooh, that one's a separate one. Right, publish is either a pull request directly. Yep. Right, and that GET request that we're doing, if we do fetch tree, that calls our GET request abstraction. And that's where we do like the auth and some of that stuff, which I think we end up wanting to do. So GitLab form fetchers, very similarly, yep, this is where we do it. Yeah, so we need to define the types that we're going to be using for all this. All right, and then this is one of my favorite things, JSON to TS type. I can't just edit it. That's annoying. Whatever. Alright, so that ends up being a GitLab branch. This is a GitLab commit. We don't see what trailers are. do that for now. Technically, it might be something more like this. So JSON value, where is that coming from? We don't have our own generic JSON value. Yeah, we'll just go back to this for now. All right, so we've got GitLab branch, GitLab commit. Oh, and yeah, I missed some follows. So yeah, GUI, thank you for the follow, and Missy G? Miss EAG? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but let me know. Thank you for the follow, though. Oh, thanks, Cedric. Yeah, I like the idea, too. And because I don't have a server where my flags are stored, having a Git repository store the flags actually becomes really useful for like audit tracking of who changed what and when. Things like that. So it's a way of like trying to like solve the SOC 2 compliance thing of like measuring and tracking those things without me having to spin up a server for it. So I'm not saying it definitely gives you SOC 2 compliance, because I've never done that myself. Miss EAG. There you go. Cool. Thank you. But yeah, that's like the basic idea. And then from your CI/CD of like someone being able to approve the flags that get merged in, then you can get them deployed out to wherever they get stored, such as S3 or CloudFront, wherever, right? So yeah, like the goal is we're mixing like a Git native approach or a Git ops approach with the static file-based feature flagging approach that other companies also do. But in a way where you're not paying me any money for it, other than my like, the only service I have to like that is a cost is the authentication stuff for the Git stuff. And until that starts costing me money, I'm fine with it. Like, yeah, we can do it super cheap. It's currently on a Netlify Svelte instance, just because that was the quickest, cheap, free way of spinning up that kind of worker. But realistically, I think it would end up being put on like a Cloudflare worker or something at this point. So we'll end up doing that migration eventually. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think my main goal with this is for startups and indie hackers. Right? And especially like as indie hackers grow and get a team, that's where like tracking some of these things and then SOC 2 compliance and blah, 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 right? Like it's really like for startups, I think. But if we can get startups, then we become part of their like DNA for when they actually become more than just a startup. And then theoretically, they might need a services contract or a cloud provider for these things. And then we can do like a managed thing eventually. But I think if this project never takes off, I'm not investing money into the hosting of it until, you know, there's a need for it. That's my main goal. Just bootstrapping this as much as possible. Yeah, I think so. Yep. Yeah, another really interesting niche is getting this kind of thing wired up to people's open telemetry, right? We can use their existing open telemetry infrastructure, and then we just allow them to make a callback that takes the data of like when this flag was evaluated, what the user saw, all that stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that part. adding another Git provider just seemed like an easier lift. Because I'd really want to get someone on a phone call or on stream to talk about like what the potential like open telemetry wiring would be. But yeah, let's keep extracting some types here. So I don't necessarily want to do getting a merge request, but I do need to figure out how we like create a merge request. Here we go. Unable to parse sample. What? Let's go look at QuickType instead. Maybe they give us a little more insight. Oh, they've got a comment in there. Weak. There we go. All right, so now instead of C#, we just want TypeScript. All right, and instead of group, this is GITLAB merge request. Alright, so everything after that, I don't want to export yet. Pipeline, milestone, diff refs, assignee. There we go. Move that over a bit. All right, so we got GITLAB merge request in there. I wish they had a copyable like request type. What's up, A Develops? How you doing? What you up to? Yeah, an example request would be huge. This is interface create GITLAB merge request options. I know, I hate the name too. Alright, so then this is ID, which is number. Source branch string. Those are all required. Wait, why is that yelling? Okay, it's just my PC being slow. Or my Mac mini, technically. You recently began learning some React, getting the hang of things. Hopefully will be a pat down soon. Hopefully you'll have it down pat. A pat down is a very different thing. Things are going well here, though. Alright, so string is also required. Or title is also required. And then these end up being optional. So then allow collaboration. Boolean. Approvals before merge, not required, and it's a number. Nice. So now it's starting to understand what we're looking for here. Signee IDs, also optional. Nope. Is it not gonna autocomplete? Alright, whatever. String. Nope. Fuzzle, thank you for that follow. I just saw that. My bad. So yeah, reviewers' IDs. That is an integer array. Nope. And then target project ID. All right, so we'll call that good. As we continue with these types, we did merge request, repositories, yes. So I think, okay, get repository tree is not what I was expecting. I don't think we end up needing that. We just want a list of repositories. Yeah, so that doesn't help us. We do have the idea of a GitLab commit. creating a commit. Yep. And this is where we got to do this part again. Create GitLab commit options. Oh, and yeah, we don't care about that part because that's going to be in the URL. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's indent these. Branch is required, and it's a string. Yeah. Damn, tab 9's really just not getting the point of what we're trying to do here. So it's not automating it very well. There we go. Now it's getting it. Nope, not quite. Integer or string. Oh, and it's not integer, it's number. Now actions. Nope. And this is create GitLab action options or commit action options. Which we haven't created yet. Author email, author name, stats is optional. Here we go, now it's getting it. And then from there, yes, this is the actions attribute. It does, Star Fox. Yeah, good guess. All right, so then this is that. This is that. Solid. So that's required. Ooh. File path required. Previous path optional. Content optional. All right. Tab 9's giving us what we want now. Oh, they didn't get last commit ID. Nice. And then execute file mode boolean. Nice. All right. Cool. So yeah, tab 9 auto completed that pretty well after a little bit of effort. I like that. Cool. So let's go start typing some of these things. It's going to be over here in fetchers. So yeah, GITLAB branch is definitely something. Ooh, GitLab response is actually something we wanted from that other page in the repos. Yeah, we're going to have to do that here in a sec. Ooh, and you know what? Yeah, these are separate, I think. What we'll do is we'll look at the create branch response versus just the get branch response. Right, so that's the getter that we did for a GitLab branch. But creating a branch might have something different. So we're going to go to QuickType again. And I want to compare those types real quick. So we saw that GitLab branch and GitLab create branch response. We see commit, name, merged, protected, default. Developers can push, can merge, can push web URL. Yeah, so GitLab branch is actually universal. Which is nice. Let me double check that. Yeah, commits the last one. So they just had the order differently. They did. Okay. So that's how we know they were the same. So we can call that good. So then, yeah, creating a GitLab commit, the options for that are right there. And yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? Yeah, some of these we might end up just embedding, because I'm not sure if they're shareable. But let's do this above. And Yeah, where we're doing create GitLab, it's going to be GitLab create. That way they're all nice and prefixed. All right, so the create branch option. So let's go find that. So it's 3 things. That is so much easier. They're all required. And yeah, the ID is part of the URL. Okay. So I'd say the branch stuff we're pretty good with. Let's go double check the fetchers here. GitLab create tree is not what we're looking for, it's branch. All right, so hold on. We see GitLab merge request. That was the response from creating, right? What about for fetching? So that's the getting of a merge request, I think. Title, description, upvotes, downvotes, author, assignee. Then over here in QuickType. Keys must be quoted. Oh, no. Bet there's some other comments that I'm missing. Yes. Is that no good still? Or do we see any other comments? Oh, it's at the bottom there, and they're analyzing sample data is getting me. I don't even know what it is. They need padding there. It's because there's a trailing comma. It won't even let me edit it. Oh, that's annoying. And we deleted one too many characters. Hey, there we go. And hey, what's up, Ormus? What were you up to? Vim clone. Is that a plugin for Vim? Like that does cloning in some special way? For your C++ text editor. So you're actually just making your own like terminal text editor inspired by Vim. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. A TUI with Vim modes. Ah, okay. Yeah, interesting. Eddie Obrams, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So, like, what's like the killer feature? Like, what's the reason for making it other than fun? And if it's just for fun, then that totally works too. The thing we're working on today is adding GITLAB support to my feature flag tool. Right now we're extracting types for our GITLAB forms so that we can do our fetching and all of that jazz. Alright, so yeah, that definitely had stuff that we didn't have elsewhere. But we don't want to export these types. Oh, and we're not doing any enums, right? I probably just want to use a union type. Yep, yeah, we're good there. Oh, and we don't necessarily want to embed these because we are actually using them in multiple places. So yeah, they're shareable within these at least. So this is the create merge request response, and this is the get merge request response. Cool. So that's all the merge request stuff. But yeah, what like part of your editor were you working on? I think oh, you started doing the UI stuff. That's right. Like prototyping the UI. Where are you prototyping that? And maybe I missed that part. Oh, and you did respond here too. So just fun and learning more in depth about how terminal apps work. You don't see it as a product to sell to others. It's just something to build that you'll be proud of. Yeah, that works. And you said you're doing it in C++. Is there a good library for terminal UI elements in C++, or is that something you gotta kind of build yourself? Because if you were doing it in Go, there's something called Charm. But hold on. Not gold. Go. There we go. Charm.sh, that's what it is. Right? Is there anything like that for C++? Or is part of your goal to actually like create a library of CLI widgets? For C++ explicitly. This is actually pretty cool. I don't think I've seen harmonica before. Interesting. All right, so I think we got the merge request stuff done. For commits, I think we only end up needing to create a commit, though commits come back on the branch for the latest one, and that should be fine. The request and the response end up being the same. Yeah, so I guess the blob response is the next part we need. And that was related to repositories. Hello, Lucy. Or Lucci. Not sure how to pronounce that. But it does look like fetching the blob is pretty straightforward. We need the blob Shah first, though. So this is where we need to get the repository's tree. Ooh, you know what? I wish... they told us what, like, this could be, but it looks like we might be able to just do this part. Yeah, no one ever wants to hear that. And account created 11 minutes ago. Yeah, you seem like you're trolling. So you got 10 minutes to think about how you want to present yourself to a Twitch stream. Ooh, and this can't get us the union that we're expecting. So yeah, we just gotta do that on our own. Alright, so ID is definitely a string. Name is definitely a string. Type here. So type so far as what we can see is tree or blob. Path is a string. And mode is a string. GitLab. Oop. Alright, so that comes back as the response for us. Alright, let's start plugging these in over in the fetchers. I don't think we end up needing to create the tree, so that might not be necessary. And installations, I'm not sure we need either. Get blob response is also not needed because the blob response is just the raw object. So that's a string. Hold on. Let me look at the GitHub form types. Yeah, interesting. So GitHub blob response. And that's also what we're looking for in the GitLab fetchers. So instead of blob response, what did we call it just now? GitLab repository tree response. Alright, so now as we start doing some of this, the installations I don't think we end up needing. This is where we got to change up the URL, so getting all branches. I'm not even sure why we do a get all branches. Oh, I closed the branches one already. Whoops. Oh, and it's basically that. Alright, so then this ends up being something like hold on. Yeah, projects ID. This ends up being just the project ID. I think we can leave it as repository ID. Thank you for the follow, John Wick. Welcome. How you doing? All right, so we want to do all of that, and then non-GitHub here gets replaced as well. So I'm not sure fetching the tree is necessary. I'm not sure creating a tree is necessary. So we're gonna let those be errors. Creating a branch though, yep. So hold on, when we create the branch, let's go back to the top. Yeah, branch is all we need there. Because they end up being the same. The URL for creating a branch. So it's that again. And yeah, ID there. Ends up being that. This would be as GitLab create branch options, which doesn't work because we're not passing branch. Now hold on, let's look at creating a new branch. That is the name of the branch instead. So new branch name. Ref is the one we're branching from. So then here, we don't do SHA. And ID is, yeah, that. So yeah, it's just branch and ref. Cool. So create branch, I'll say we're done with. Create tree. Maybe we'll leave open. All right, creating a commit. And let's just do this real quick, because throughout this whole file, we want to replace all of that. Alright, and then as we look at types here, GitLab create commit options, which we'll need, and GitLab commit is its own thing. Alright, so then from here, creating a commit. That's over in the commits API. Alright, create a commit. Here we go. Alright, so ID is obvious there. Oh, and we need the URL. Repository ID. And then from here, name of the branch to commit into. Now hold on. The form here. Right, we end up doing a fetcher's map. Alright, now let me look at GitHub form fetchers again. So we've got all of these as top-level things. Yeah, hold on. Okay, so Git fetcher here. Current config, git repositories, get branches, and publish. So really, we only need those 4 things as public on the GitHub code. So let's go do that, so it becomes a little simpler to understand for us. So get current config stays public. Publish stays public. And then, yeah, publish directly or pull request, private, private. Private as well. So then I think GitHub form ends up breaking. And what up, Bill Luxon? How you doing? So this ends up being specific to it, right? So we do want to have those published out. So fetch branches, fetch repositories, and fetch installations are public. Then from there, does that fix our GitHub form? Yes, it does. All right, cool. So now GitLab form fetchers. Let me just double check something. Yeah, I don't know. Theoretically, the items I just had delivered today, I don't know. They left some comment. I'm sure it's fine. We've got a today command if you're ever curious. Alright, so let's go back up and double check this. So I'm gonna do private for now. Just for all of these. Get current config stays public. Publish stays public as well. Those become private, or those stay private. And that's where we want to like update the config. Okay, so that part ends up being pretty chill. And this will replace with that function that does our getter for the base URL. And then the rest of that looks pretty good. Okay. So fetch installations, fetch branches. I think fetch repositories is something we'll end up needing. But for now, we'll just comment those. I'm not sure we need the fetch tree yet. Or create tree. Because I think those might be GitHub specific. Right? With GitHub, you have to basically do all of the actions that Git does for you. Oop. Whereas I think GitLab abstracts some of that out for you. So creating a commit here, it's only ever going to be called in here, so we can change how this looks. So when we create a commit, we need the branch and commit message. And let me go look at the GitHub form fetchers again for creating a commit. There we go. So now if we look at this, doesn't actually tell us, but we can just look here. So branch is the tree shop. Ooh, and we don't even need to create the branch separately. So we might not end up needing that. Nah, you know what? Yeah. We're gonna do this separate then. It just ends up being branch, and that is tree Sha. No, because we've already had the commit made. And actions here are what we end up doing there. Okay. So creating a commit is much easier on GitLab than GitHub, which is nice. Yep. So I like the idea of creating the branch separate still. We'll do those as separate requests. At least for now. Creating the commit, we do require the message. Right, so we create the branch name. And then here, this is files. We'll say Oh, and this is an action that we want to output. So that should be in our types. Yep, and it's that. And that's just files. Yeah. Because the other place is where we'll actually, like, format it. Yeah. Okay, so branch commit message. I don't think author email and name are necessary because we're going to be using their token. So we might be good there. So I think the rest is fine. I think that's all we need to end up passing. Oh, hold on. Start SHA is parent SHA. Or no. I don't think we end up needing parent SHA. So then, updating the branch. We only call that here because we had to create the branch first. I think. Yeah, realistically, we should just start fiddling with this and doing the publish part. Because then that'll inform how many of these we actually need. Because, yeah, I think a bunch of this ends up not being needed anymore. So, yeah, this isn't exactly as straightforward as I was expecting. And I'm not sure we need update branch. So we need to be able to get the current branch. We need to be able to create a commit. We need to be able to create a pull request from that. Boom. So we'll bring that in. Now this is an error. So yeah, creating the merge request, which is actually what we're doing. So that's getting a merge request. That's for creating a pipeline, and this is for creating the merge request. Here we go. Alright, so then that's a post to that, and we can see what attributes are required and which ones are not. So source branch, target branch. So branch name, base branch name, description. Description we definitely want. Title we do as well. So then it's just source branch and target branch. And then maintainer can modify. So that would be allow collaboration. Oh, and then we want that to stay description. And I think we're good there. Cool. So yeah, we're getting through this. So yeah, create merge request. It's what happens when we publish. So IID is not there, it's just ID. Right? Create commit, and that's branch name. Create branch is really what we'd want to do. So hold on. Base branch we fetch. ID we do that. That's current branch SHA. I don't think we need to create a tree. So yeah, then it's just branch name, which is not in here. So update branch we no longer have in here, but we were doing it here. Where am I doing update branch? I don't understand how fetch branch is supposed to be working for us. Yeah, so this is also a problem because we haven't touched this code in ages. So we don't need to create a tree. I'm not even certain we need to do this, because that would just be creating a commit. And what am I getting all these Discord notifications from? Oh, yeah, I haven't disabled notifications from that Discord. Okay. So then this part, for creating a commit, we want to do that to branch name. And this is publishing directly. So then files here. First, we need to see, like, if the file exists. So, check if file exists, and determine create commit action. And I guess it's if files exist. Right, so actions. For now, we'll just hard code it to create. File path, file content, and encoding is text. So that part's good. I don't think we need new commit SHA. And I don't think we need to update branch. Yeah, so cool. I like how much simpler GitLab's API is for all this stuff. That's actually really cool. Then, similarly, if we're making a pull request, still not sure we end up needing that. We do need to create a commit, and that would be to the branch name. And we still need to do the same stuff that we're planning over here. All right, so then new commit SHA. So that would be creating a merge request, and that is this part. So source branch, target branch. I think those are the IDs. Let's look at what they got in here. Ooh, they don't have the URL on that one. Oh, but no, yeah, they don't have an example for us. Ooh, that's annoying. Yeah, so the GitLab docs could be better. Yeah, so, right, what I might want to do, yeah, that's base branch right there. Okay, yep, nope, that part's fine. New branch name, create merge request. And in the create merge request, yeah, that's where the branch would have needed to be created. Yep. So I think this one ends up being that then. All right, so now creating a branch in GitLab. It looks like we made that one okay. That's the right URL I would expect to. Right, so that's new branch name. So then in this part, yep. Yeah, that part's not bad. Okay. And then for this, yeah, we've got the GitLab base URL, but we want this function to be used instead. This.config.hosting. Let's see, and that part would be, we'll just say base URL, which is currently an error, but we need to go to that hosting config where it is defined. Hosting config GitLab. Base URL string, and that is optional. Yep. And then over in this, and hey, what's up, Denzel? How you doing? What are you up to? At the top of this, I know that we listed in this function that it has a default. If that, then base URL is equal to that. Just in case some user gets cheeky and tries to pass some empty value.
The support.
Alright, so Vappy's broken right now anyway. We gotta figure out why. Let me try and just see if I can toggle someone else's name real quick. Like, how about Denzel? Denzel V? Sure, let's try it.
Thanks for the support.
Nothing. I don't understand what happened with our Vappy dashboard and like our assistant. It hasn't responded to a voice in ages. Yeah, nice and succinct. Exactly. So I did switch models away from 4.0, and we'll see what that does. Let's try just Lala the Clown.
Thanks for the support.
All right, so OpenAI is not working there. Let's try another provider. I don't know. Anthropic. Why not? Wrong thing. Let's try Naughty Knitter.
Thanks for the support.
So it's totally Vappy's end, because none of our other stuff seems to be working. That part shouldn't matter. Instead of Anthropic, should we try another? Like, Grok. Sure.
Thanks for the support.
Yeah, our Vappy assistant is totally borked. Let's create a new assistant. Blank template. The name of it is gonna be brand new. We'll do 3.5 max tokens. We'll leave it at the 250, I guess. Maybe that's part of the issue. Transcriber will leave. Voice will leave for now. Publish it up. Copy the assistant ID. Testing. It'll be a different voice now.
Thanks for the support.
There is something totally broken about how Vappy is wired up for us right now. No, they were able to bill me just fine. Yeah, they were able to bill me recently just fine. I don't know what the deal is. I feel like the system prompt might be part of the issue. I don't know, but this is super annoying. All right, let me try one more time. We'll try Griffing and Chill.
Thanks for the support.
Nothing. Like, super annoying. Alright, well, yeah, I don't know. We at least have it saying thanks for the support, but man, that is super annoying. I think at this point, we just wire it up ourselves. Because we don't need it to process audio. We just want to go send a request to a provider like OpenAI, get a response back from it, and then have a voice read that response out to us. Yeah, it really wouldn't take that long. I guess here's the other big question, like, are other people having the same issue? So yeah, I'd probably just end up forking what we did for the Vappy one without breaking the existing Vappy one for other people. And I'd just run it as like as my own little bot instead. Just separate. God, that's annoying though. Oh. Oh, interesting. So, yeah, maybe they're hitting a level of scale that they just aren't handling very well. Right? Like, maybe we just take the idea of Vappy and make our own, like, Twitch streamer focused tool. That could really streamline it. So no one's using my Vappy like config, but the Twitch voice rewards thing, I don't know. I don't have any tracking on if people are using it or not. So I should add that at some point for sure. Yeah, once we finish up some more of this stuff for Vexilla, maybe we pivot to some other side project stuff. Like, I'm really hoping maybe we just finish up this GitLab integration today, and then that's something we can focus on tomorrow and the day after. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any analytics of that. If it's just me, then that's easy. But I just don't know. I know I've advertised it to a bunch of other people, though. Yikes, 4-wheel, yeah, so they may be extremely busy right now. Which is fine, you know, whatever. Yeah, so the rest of this is looking pretty solid from like a top level. We haven't actually fiddled with the form yet. When it comes to getting the current config, oh yeah, so that's some stuff. I mean, that'd be really cool, but I doubt that. I don't think anyone's like shouted it out or anything. Alright, so let's consider what getting the current config would look like. Yeah, I just need to add analytics to it. Because they have to have the tab running for it to actually work. So yeah, we just gotta wire it up to plausible. That's not a big deal. Alright, so creating a commit we don't care about. Repositories, though. So this is where we want to get the repository tree. So that's where fetch tree is important. The ID is the project. Aha, and then ref. Yep, alright, so fetch tree here. This is GitLab. Come on, VS Code, you can do it. Yep, repository tree response. This. What is the URL for fetching that? This. So then this would be, branch name. Just in case. And yeah, I'm not a huge fan of ternaries, but I think in this case it's worth it. So then from there, it would be something like that, or empty string. And then here, this would be question mark ref equals. And it's encode URI component, right? Hold on. I always forget that. Yeah, capitalize the I. Sure. Yeah, if we had more props to do, we'd use like URI params or whatever it is. URL search params. But I don't think we need that for this. So then, fetching the tree. Alright, so fetching that should be good. This ends up being a string. Oh, and you know what? Yeah. for what we're doing in here, since it's already JSON, we don't need to do... Where is it? We don't need to do this part. Oh, but we do want to be able to handle this? No, we don't need to do that, because we're not try-catching in this spot. Right, and then this, instead of that, this is a... app config. What do we have that in our top level types? So yeah, not client config, not the manifest. Ooh, do we no longer have that in here and it's elsewhere? I think so, right? We only use the app config in the app. App state. Alright, so getting the current config. We only ever call from the GitLab form. I don't think we're going to need fetch installations. I'm not even positive we need fetch branch, because we're not calling it in here at all. So yeah, let's look at this. Check if files exist and determine if create commit actions need to be done that way. That is us needing to fetch the tree. So we're going to call that mapped files const mapped files are equal to that. Yeah, so hold on. We do that, we do that. I just think that's this thing running slowly. Alright, so here, what we want to do is get the action. And yeah, so fetch config. That is basically that. Okay, and then mapped files is no good because this needs to be action something or other. What's the type? Nope. It's GITLAB. Action options. Hooray. Alright, so now it shouldn't be yelling at us there. Yeah, that only takes in 2 arguments. Ah. There we go. Alright, so mapped files should be good there. And then instead of this, it's create or update. And a space case. 75 streams, man. That's huge. That was really awesome, man. Thank you. Right, so if we do find config.json, and we don't want to do it for that, yeah, for now, we're not actually deleting files that are no longer in there, and we probably do want to do that at some point. So yeah, that is for publishing the pull request. We end up wanting to do same thing otherwise. So we have to get the tree first. All right, so I think we're close. In our GitLab form, though, we've got some errors that we need to fix. So installations, I don't think we end up needing that. Oh, but we might. Yeah, okay, so now we gotta look at the GitLab APIs again. So packages, pages, nah. Project. Projects including webhooks? Maybe that's related. We'll go look at it. Repositories. We've already kind of like fiddled with. I don't think we care about this at a group level. And then standalone resources. Oh. Right, so to describe what an installation is, basically when you authorize with GitHub, you can choose what access you want to give, right? Like which repos are tied to the application. I'm trying to find where that actually is. So it doesn't look like they have an endpoint for it. So my only other guess is that it's maybe at the projects level. So, hold on. We probably want to do group projects. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Oh. Yikes. So yeah, my mom just forwarded an article about the danger of energy drinks. So it's maybe the taurine that's the issue, which is not ideal. Hold on, I'm gonna read up on that a little bit. Alright, so they got the list. Alright, yeah, I don't know. I should probably quit energy drinks. I do enjoy a caffeine, though. And I hate the taste of coffee. So yeah, I don't know. My grandparents were coffee drinkers, and they lived to a ripe old age. But my dad did have some heart stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it really is the taurine. So yeah, I gotta figure out some other way of getting caffeine in me. Am I gonna become a coffee drinker? Ugh. Tea? Yeah, tea's probably the way. The problem with tea is that to make it taste good, you gotta do crazy amounts of sugar anyway. Taurine is the Red Bull ingredient that is theoretically linked to heart issue stuff. More whiskey would also be a heart issue. For sure. And yeah, definitely not a good idea to wake up with a whiskey in the morning. Yeah, I'm not much of a Monster drinker. I would be curious, like, the article that was linked, if it's purely, like, what, I don't know. There was an anecdotal thing of some person, 41, had a clean, like, health thing or whatever, and then, you know, they just had a heart attack at the age of 41, which is not ideal, because I'm reaching that point. Said it cured everything. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I really don't know about that one. Yeah, exactly. I don't know about that. Yeah, how old is Grandpa? Alright, so fetch branches. Yeah, gotcha. That's not ideal. Linked to increased heart health? Yeah, okay. I don't know, man. The article my mom sent is some MSN article. Let's at least, like, look at it and see if we trust it. What was the title? Microsoft start. Woman issues warning after husband's death. Jesus. Okay, so it seems like that's really just the type of content that MSN makes. Here we go. From Energy Drink Habit. This is the John Reynolds article, yep. Grabbing an energy drink on his way to work seemed a good way to help him stay alert for his night shift. So he didn't drink or smoke. 2011 is when it happened. Worked nights as a mechanic and would usually consume an energy drink on his way there. Woke to hear her husband gasping for breath and had to perform CPR while desperately waiting for emergency services. Found out he suffered cardiac arrest and was immediately transported. Weeks later, pronounced brain dead after being in a medically induced coma. Healthy, worked out every day. Right, so worked out every day. Is it possible he was consuming creatine and things like that? I would put creatine in some of those things as like heart health issues as well. So I don't think you can make an assumption about it, about this guy's life, just because he had one Red Bull a day. They did say his sugar levels were high and asked questions about his lifestyle. My guess is he didn't consume only one a day. Yeah, sugar levels were high, so that doesn't necessarily hint at creatine or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just guessing. I don't know the actual effects of creatine. So it only took one energy drink to throw off a heart's rhythm and cause an arrhythmia. Cardiac arrest is not typically from arrhythmia? No, I guess it can be, for sure. Yeah. Right, like one Red Bull, 26 grams of sugar, that's less than Coca-Cola. Now, granted, that's 8 ounces versus a Coca-Cola's 12 ounces. But still, like, when you consider the ratio, they're kind of like right in line with each other. I don't know, right? Like, I don't think this is a great article or instance of it. Right? It's just a whole lot of scaremongering. Right? Like, very, like, fuzzy, like, bullshitty comments. The doctor told me that drinking energy drinks is like playing Russian roulette with your life, and that really stuck with me. You think this dude was really on one a day? And yeah, he worked out quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is just a bullshitty article. Yeah, it does just seem like some typical MSN BS. Yeah, Sab, I'm not sure, right? Like, this dude definitely liked to work out. He definitely doesn't look like steroid, like, workout levels, but... And maybe it wasn't creatine, maybe it was some other workout supplements he was doing. Also, some people just have shitty hearts. Right? There's those high school kids that die in the middle of a basketball game. Yeah. So, I don't know. I would really want to see some, like, proper studies. There you go, four-wheel. Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, I don't know. My mom's just thinking about me. Because I'm about to hit my 40th here in a month. Well, theoretically, this dude was on only one as well. That part I'm not sure about, and it doesn't say which energy drinks he was drinking. But yeah, no, she's good. Yeah. 42 for you? Oh, that's a good number right there. That's a solid number. Yep. And yeah, how much caffeine is in a Red Bull? I guess that's an important bit, because they have to say. It's like 80 milligrams. That's less than a typical coffee. I know, right? Like, does anyone ever feel their age? I don't know. But yeah, so let's consider this. We need to do the OAuth thing. Do I have YouTube comments showing up on stream now? I don't think so. Wait, where do you see that? Nice, X Factor. So wait, Seb, are you really only 27? So you feel older. Oh no, you're saying on the 27th, right? June 27th. Where is the party? Got it. The party's gonna be here on stream, obviously. There you go, X Factor, exactly. And how's it going, Research Dev? What you up to? Got you a new audio interface? Yeah, mine just came in the mail yesterday, but I was waiting on my cheese graters to come in today. I think they're at the post office now. Oh, I got that, the Zoom, like, 32-bit one. It just seemed like a good deal. Like a good idea. Yeah, so whoever recommended that one to me, they should be getting, like, the X amount of money they get from the referral. I do need to use the restroom, and yeah, we should really start focusing on doing this part. Focusrite 2i2? Yeah, Focusrite's good. I think the Zoom one is worthwhile if you're going to be having stuff that might, like, clip on you. And if you're recording music, then, like, you know, your guitar is rarely going to clip. And you got room to, like, boost it as you need later. So it depends on mainly, like, yeah, what you're doing there. No, four-wheel. I mean literally cheese graters. I don't have a cheese grater. So I got some cheese graters coming. And I want to make some pasta carbonara. I got some extra thick bacon. They didn't have any guanciale. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I got some extra thick bacon. I got 2, like, wheels of some nice Parmesan. One's actually Romano or Pecorino, that's it. One's Pecorino, one's Parmesan. I'm gonna fiddle with both of those. But yeah, I want to do some pasta carbonara one of these days, like either tomorrow or the day after. I've never done it myself. I've never had pasta carbonara that I even know of. Yeah, exactly. And said, gonna go for another vampires night? I don't know if that's a good idea. Yeah, no, it seems like a really good, easy dish. I watched a video of, like, a traditional carbonara. And, like, the reason I wasn't into doing carbonara before is because I thought it involved, like, heavy cream and, like, you know, keeping milk and stuff that just goes bad. But instead, it's just eggs that take a lot longer to go bad, right? Some, like, you use pasta water instead of, like, the cream. And then it's just, you know, you use, like, the meat fat and all that, like, after cooking up the bacon. Mix in the egg off the heat so you don't, like, actually cook the egg and, like, scramble the egg. And then, yeah, like, you're good to go. It looked like a really simple and easy dish. I like simple and easy. My mom. Maybe the whiskey and the Red Bull counteract each other. Right? So I've got this, like, perfect equilibrium within my body. Balance in all things. Yeah, she figured it out. She knows. Hold on. Yeah, let me grab that link. I posted a delicious carbonara video link for someone else recently. Alright, yep, there we go. But yeah, this video right here. It's a really good, just, like, you know, explanation of, like, how he does a very simple pasta carbonara dish. And watching that, I was just like, oh, okay. Now I need to figure out how to make it on my own. And yeah, I gotta figure out where to get guanciale, which is a type of like salted, like, pork meat, but I guess different from bacon. Like, where do you buy guanciale, I guess? I know I'm spelling it wrong. Mm-hmm. They say QFC. I don't think so. They didn't have it at QFC when I looked. So yeah, I'd have to go to like a proper like European deli. I don't want to drive all the way into Seattle for it though. No way they got it at Target. Maybe Fred Meyer. Maybe Safeway. Definitely not at the QFC. Ooh, Trader Joe's could have it? I didn't think about Trader Joe's. Wait, there's a Murray's Cheese Shop? There is a Whole Foods nearby too. Okay, so yeah, I got some other places I can check. I think Whole Foods might be a place for it for sure. Amazon? Wait, do we want to trust meats from Amazon? I don't think I doxed myself. I don't think they showed any address. I showed like where in Redmond I kind of live. But I don't think that actually doxes anything. I've said I live in Redmond a bunch of times. Ooh, so yeah, pancetta or guanciale is what I should be doing. Alright, good to know. Yeah, meat from Amazon doesn't sound good. Yeah, cured, right? So it's probably fine. Like jerky cured? Yeah, I could see that. So here we would do an authorize call. We end up getting the authorization code. And then we would request an access token from here. I know, exactly. I don't remember if that link had garlic. I don't think he did garlic in that one. Right, in the one I linked. So yeah, I want to do like traditional more so than anything. Right, so then to retrieve a new access token. Alright, so hold up. We end up doing app ID, redirect URI. Ah, right. So we get the code, that's like the flow, comes back to our app at the redirect URI that we set, and then we pass that to our backend where we exchange that code. So the state is probably worthwhile. Now the code challenge part, that's the thing I'm less sure about. Code verifier is a random string between 43 and 128 characters in length. Okay. And then we SHA-256 hash the code verifier. Okay. So code challenge method. Where do we see... Oh, that's only available there. Ooh, so to use the web crypto API, we'd have to make sure that we're hosting as an HTTPS, which is a little annoying, but doable. And SHA-256 is doable as well. So we can do that from the browser. Right, that generates a code challenge that we send through there. So then with the auth code, we request a token . The code verifier. Oh, and this is without requiring the client secret. Oh. I'm not sure we need that. Yeah, hold on. So, auth code, secure and common, recommended option for secure server-side apps. So proof key for code exchange with PKCE, that actually means that we don't end up needing to do our server auth flow, right? So the way that we have to do our auth with GitHub is no longer necessary with GitLab, because we could do PKCE. right? Without PKCE, you'd have to include client secrets on mobile clients, but we don't. So realistically, if we wanted to do the same exact flow as we're doing with GitHub, we could just do this auth flow. Or we could cut out our auth and just use this one. If we end up doing the PKCE flow, that means that we have to change more about our app. So what I'm thinking is we do the standard auth code flow without PKCE. And then from there, we can always refactor later, right? So yeah, auth code flow here, I actually understand this part a lot more. So we do our auth, we do the redirect, app ID makes it there, right? We get to here with a state value. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know if we'd gain much value of going with the PKCE approach. So then, yeah, this is like the part that I'm familiar with. We'll probably want to generate some state value and pass that around. Yeah, exactly, right? In a place where you wouldn't be able to trust the client secret. So yeah, that makes sense to me too. All right, real quick, let me go use the restroom. I got enough water for now, but I do need to go grab the whiskey. So I'll be right back. Let me go pee and grab the whiskey, and I'll see you in a sec. All right, and I'm back. Oh, and Sab, yeah, the guanciale is pork cheek. Yep. I don't think it's that disgusting. I can think of way grosser things, like broccoli. Hold on, which sound was it? I didn't have my headphones in yet. See, I actually don't mind asparagus if you cook it in enough butter. Maybe broccoli's the same way. To me, it's like the texture of broccoli that I'm not a huge fan of. Right, the little like alveoli or whatever. Just not a fan. Yeah, I don't mind asparagus actually if done right. You can fix anything with butter and garlic, so that's cheating? Maybe, but that's the only way I've really had asparagus before. Only way to cook asparagus is to steam it and then finish it in butter, right? In like a pan. Alright, so this flow is easy enough. I don't mind this part at all. Cheese sauce on broccoli is cheating? Yeah, I can see that. You don't like Brussels sprouts? I think I've had some like deep fried, like breaded Brussels sprouts before that were all right. I don't like them too big though. Right, so like smaller Brussels sprouts, like breaded and deep fried, maybe dipped in cheese sauce. That sounds good. Oh, there you go, Sergeant Pepper. Alright, so I'm not sure about this flow. We got some issues in the client still, but let's at least go start setting up the back end for it a bit. And that's in the GitAuth application. Ah, yeah. See, I hate the smell of beer brewing. And that might be similar to the Brussels sprout cooking smell. I don't know. It's been a long time. But I used to live above a brewery. And the smell of fermenting hops is just gross. I don't mind beer when it's finally like fully fermented, but the middle state of fermenting, gross. Like so nasty. It's like just sweaty hops. Yeah, the fermentation process is gross. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to copy that GitHub folder. I'm going to call it GitLab. Well, I've heard fried okra is good. I've never had it, though. Is that something that I might be able to grab in Atlanta? Do I need to go on the lookout for, like, a legit, like, southern food place? Hotlanta. Someone did warn me that I probably don't want to be walking around south of, like, where the convention center and stuff is, past dark, just because I guess downtown Atlanta has gotten pretty bad, but midtown Atlanta I guess is like getting kind of cool. I don't know. I believe them, though. They live in Midtown, but maybe they're a bit biased. But also, I would trust their opinion on, like, where safe and not safe is. I've never felt unsafe walking around downtown Seattle, like, late at night. I didn't even really feel unsafe walking around, like, Portland late at night last year. And I've heard some people say that Seattle and Portland are, like, way gnarlier cities than others. I don't know which ones they're comparing it to. You don't go anywhere in Ireland at night? Like, anywhere in Ireland? Muscadine are wild grapes. Okay, and is that like an Atlanta-specific thing? I don't typically do that much jelly. But it could be good. Just a southern thing in general. Yeah, exactly, four-wheel. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, I find it very strange. Like, I was in Arizona, like, a month ago. And in Arizona, they were playing a video about someone getting, like, mugged at an ATM. Like, their car getting stolen at a drive-through ATM or something like that. Or maybe not a drive-through ATM, but their car getting stolen at an ATM. And I was like, why is this Arizona news? Like, how is that relevant? Like, I guarantee stuff like that happens in Arizona, too. Oh, yeah, for sure, four-wheel. I remember driving through Texas and Arizona and a couple others, like, southern states like that. And at the rest stops, they're like, yeah, do not walk outside of this area of the rest stop. You will likely die from a snake bite. That part's just so crazy to me. Alright, so let's consider what we're doing here. There you go. I'm more scared of having to talk to some of the uppity yuppies that live in Scottsdale, Arizona than I am of a Minuteman. I still can't believe it. Dude, I was out at this bar and someone's like, yeah, we're starting our own fragrance company and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, they're like showing off this, like, you know, the little, like, sample vial. They're like, yeah, hold on, let it air, let the alcohol out, blah, blah, blah. And now smell it. And I could smell it, like, a mile away. Yeah, that's sandalwood. They're like, how'd you know? My parents were hippies, dude. Like, yeah, are you kidding me? But the funniest thing to me is that they thought sandalwood is a good cologne scent. There's nothing unique about it. It's just sandalwood. Like, there's no moat. Anyone can make essence of sandalwood, basically. Right? For perfume, you need something custom. Right? For cologne, perfume, whatever. Sandalwood ain't it. And also, I mean, I guess it's been long enough that people don't mind smelling like hippies anymore. 30 years ago, not so much, but nowadays, no one probably cares. And yeah, hold on, let me read what you said there, Owen. A young teacher was murdered by an illegal in the country from being stalked on an evening jog. Yeah, I mean, that kind of shit happens anyway. I'm talking about, like, the stalking is premeditated. If someone wants to kill you, they're gonna kill you, you know? Doesn't matter what time of day it is. If they're insane, they're gonna kill you. However, I'm talking about just walking around a city and an indiscriminate thing happens, right? Like getting robbed, getting mugged, etc. I think I typically look broke enough that it's not a problem for me. But yeah, I'm just gonna say, Owen, like, that was premeditated. That wasn't someone just saw her out for a jog and murdered her. That was someone wanted to murder that person. And they had been stalking them over time, you know? Doesn't matter what city you're in. If there's an insane person that wants to kill you, you're probably dead. But yeah, it is sad. I'm not trying to diminish that. I'm just saying, like, you shouldn't judge the safety of your entire country based upon one insane person. That'd be like judging all other software and game dev streamers just because I'm a jerk sometimes. Oh, and that is getting, like, way too political and, like, dog whistly. I'm not really looking to have that conversation at all. Yeah, dude. To me, it sounds like you're a victim of really bad news reporting, more than anything. Vatican City is the highest murder rate in the world. Oh, because one person was stabbed a few years ago, right? But it's such a small city that the per capita, like, goes insane because of it. Yeah, that's like statistics getting wonky there. And yeah, no, it's fine, Owen. Just saying, like, yeah, we definitely don't want to get into the whole discussion about illegals, etc. That is really not a conversation I want to have. That's all. Yep. Yeah, like, crazy people exist everywhere. Desperate people exist everywhere. Reminds me of a fun quote I used to hear my parents say. And it's like a really good icebreaker. You know, especially because they, like, knew each other that well. It's like, you're driving me crazy. It's a short drive. Right? One person would say, you're driving me crazy. The other would say, it's a short drive. And that would usually lighten the mood a bit. not saying every time, but it would help every once in a while. Yeah, there you go, Sab. It's not even a drive, it's a short walk. That distance is measured in blocks, not miles. Oh, and Sab chimes in, what is a Minuteman? Minuteman, it's a skewed term nowadays, but it's typically someone part of a militia. They're people that romanticize the Revolutionary War, which is when the Minutemen were actually, like, created. It's an organized town militia, basically. Yeah, right. But again, we're getting a little too political now. Your parents were discussing getting a cat, but your dad used the phrase over my dead body. Your mom quicked back with, it's so much work to have to murder you first. You have a cat now and your dad loves it. That's always the thing, right? Like, that's like a meme at this point. Every single dad that's like, no, we're not getting a dog or cat or whatever. The moment they get it, yeah, the dog or cat makes the dad their favorite person. Over my dead body, and then someone chimes in, it can be arranged. There you go. That's a fun one. Okay, so this right here would be GITLAB.com. Ooh, but we have to have that passed to us. That's right. So validator.parse. Yeah, we need to update our validator. And this ends up being base URL. Z.string. Ah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's always about the person that feeds them. For sure. So I think here's a big part. We're not doing state. Oh, and this, hold on. Look at the way they want this done. So client ID, it's client underscore ID, yep. Client secret, app secret, yep. Code is then code, yep. Now wait, hold on. We were doing body form data. We don't do body form data anymore. I'm not sure about doing it this way. I think we're good there. So then grant type. That is authorization code. Redirect URI. And this URL is no longer accurate. It is OAuth token. Right, so that comes back with access token, refresh token. if we look at the auth callback route, yeah, access token comes back like that. Yep, I'm okay with that part. And yeah, so provider there, we're gonna let that be that way. I'm okay with that. So yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, so we call exchange code, we do all this stuff. So here in GitAuth, we pnpm dev, but that's at the wrong server. So then here for the app, we do a pnpm dev, and then this does one after, and that should be at 5174. There we go. We don't see GitLab in that list anymore, though, or at all. So there's something we are missing in the app. Now, GitLab form, we've got some issues. Alright, so then here in the onboarding form, all right, so now installation's not defined because we are breaking the GitLab form. And where is all that happening? So, we make another beverage. Yeah, the installations thing here. I'm not sure we actually need the install button. All right, we just gotta like rethink this flow a little bit. All right, so we do installations as just empty. We'll do any for now. So then if we click login, we verify that we're human. Probably need two-factor auth. Let me just hide this real quick.
Talk to the hand.
Oh. Did I misread it? There we go. What's up, Fabio? How you doing? Brazil mentioned. Yeah, there you go. I can switch back now. All right, so we're getting a 404 not found. GitLab.com. Oh, it's not login OAuth authorize. here it is. Yes, GITLAB.com. It's not login OAuth authorize. It's OAuth authorize. Missing required parameter response type. Code. All right, so yes, we authorize it, sure. We get back to here, and I think we have an error. Validator is undefined. Okay, config Vaultio is actually where that's at. Yep, there it is. All right, so we got a 400 bad request from here. Failed to exchange code for token. which means our back end failed out on us. Client authentication failed due to unknown client, no client authentication included, or unsupported authentication method. And I think that's where we're getting that error. Yeah. Good ban. Good bot. This has got to be the error that we just got, which means that it's just proxied from the back end to us. So authentication failed due to unknown client. And here we even see, yeah, line 37. That doesn't look right. So maybe this is the part where I need to pass that stuff as URL params instead. All right, here we go. Yeah, I was just thinking like, oh man, and I'll just walk to the P.O. box to grab all my junk. But no, they close like right now. So yeah, I won't be able to pick any of that up tonight. I think. Hold on, let me look at this. That'll dictate when we finish maybe. So hold on. Redmond UPS store. Closes soon, 6:30. Yeah, I'm not making it. Nope. Not gonna make it. So yeah, we'll have chicken carbonara, or no, yeah, not chicken carbonara. We'll have some pasta carbonara tomorrow. Tonight, let's do something not pasta-based. Actually, I got sandwich stuff. Yeah, tonight will be a sandwich. I kind of want to do like a grilled ham and cheese. I feel like that'd be pretty good. I think that'll be a good meal for tonight. Yeah, nice and easy. Alright, so, yeah, when we think about this, the error they're giving us is client authentication failed due to unknown client. So here we request the authorization code. We get redirected with that. And then from here, it really does look like they're doing this stuff as query params. Oh yeah, sorry Stuttgart. My bad, my bad. I mean, I gotta think about what I'm gonna eat tonight, though. I gotta eat food. Alright, so that should cause a reload there. Now if I do the login thing again, we get redirected, we get sent back. We authorize. Will it blend? And I'm gonna say probably not. Failed to exchange code for token. Alright, GitLab, what's the deal? Yeah, so that doesn't seem like the issue. Interesting to me that Mattermost is like so heavy in these responses. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Have a good night. And yeah, I'm thinking tomorrow we end up doing Jackbox games. You're welcome to join in on that. But there's also the crew for Helldivers if you prefer that too. Sure, yeah, we'll see. But no stress if not. So hold on, client ID is definitely what we need to be sending, right? Yeah, client ID, client secret. Client ID, client secret. Oh, hold on. So wait, it's OAuth / token, client ID, client secret. Grant type, authorization code. Redirect URI. I want to see what this is. Oh. Well, no, that would be it. Yeah, we were sending the wrong ID. Yep, wrong ID. Ah, so provided authorization grant is invalid, expired, revoked. Does not match the redirection URI. Or was used in another client. So that means client ID and client secret are probably right. Right, we got further. At line 44 is where it's borking out on us. I don't want to log out the secret, so we do that. That refreshes and clears that. Let's try and log in again. Right, we see the code, we see the ID. Let me try this again. Here's the thing, it was picking up the client ID as expected, though. So I actually expect this to fail out the way it was failing before. Yep. So the URL is actually where we want this. So this is not a webhook issue, so that's not relevant. Oh god. Yeah, a lot of this stuff seems pretty complicated. All right, it's not relevant there. Oof. Yeah, no response there. All right, let's try and actually parse and understand what they're saying. The provided authorization grant is invalid, expired, revoked, or the redirection URI does not match. Let's double check the redirection URI. Oh, I think I already see it. Now we see HTTP, so that should be good. Auth callback GitLab. Auth callback GitLab. I can't seem to mark it as trusted. Right? Client ID, code. It does seem like a really long code, but that is what they sent. Grant type is authorization code. Ooh. I think I might have an idea. Wondering if we actually need the logged in true part. That was it. So we needed to pass the query param to it. Okay. Right, so then detecting if we are logged in is a separate thing. Yeah, and that's where our installations and some of that stuff comes in. So I think we are way closer. Yeah. Let me go look at that now. So looking at GitLab form, we've got the login button here, and left section, GitLab logo. Why is that not showing? Oh. So I think that's the big thing. It's actually in there, but it's no longer like scoped the way we expected it. So let me go look at GitLab logo. Heyo. There we go. Is it ideal? No, but it's there, and it works. All right, so cool. We click login. That was an easy fix there for the logo. The next step is we are not persisting the actual login result from that form. But we are getting a token, which is huge, right? Alright, yeah, UPS store 3 hours ago finally received my cheese graters, which is nice. What's up, J-Man? How you doing? We're trying to get GitLab integration working. So yeah, installation doesn't make sense to me. So we're probably going to get rid of the installation thing. But let's just double check it. If we click GitHub and we log in, we make it back to this page. Our installation should be good. Clicking that is just a refresh button. So yeah, I think installation is going to disappear here soon. Which I think is fine. All right. So now the GitLab form here. So yeah, you need to log in via GitLab. This is if we don't have an access token. How is it reading that access token? Alright, let's try GitLab again. When we change providers, we might want to log people out. That's like a user experience issue, I think. All right, so we make it back to this part just fine. We are logged in. We don't have a major error. Let me look at what we might have in our local storage. What the fuck is payload ID? I think that's a plausible thing, so we'll ignore that for now. Maybe it's a highlight thing, actually, which I'm fine with. If I look at hosting over here, all right, I can actually see that my config is empty, right? Access token is scrubbed away. And the remote hosting is GitHub, not GitLab. So yeah, that's our big issue now, right? When we look at our hosting config, you can see that we want to set it to GitLab. We've got a config of provider type. I'm not even sure that's necessary, but whatever. Maybe that is part of it. But yeah, should create pull request, Vexilla _ we see that access token and installation ID and repository ID are all empty. So the access token being empty is why we're having that issue. So for fetching data, that's a big part of it. When the access token changes, that's another part of it. And we're only getting access token from here. So I'm wondering if it's here in this. There it is. Yep. Alright, so let's try that again and see if we actually set the token. Ooh, and we're logged in. Let me log out and double check, right? We click it, goes through the flow. We get to here, and we are logged in. Let me look at my storage. All right, so we do have an access token set. Awesome. So that means that part's working as expected. So our next step, I don't think we end up caring about an installation ID here. If we look at the GitLab form, we can probably get rid of any of the stuff that looks at installations themselves. So we don't need to fetch installations. We do want to fetch repositories. And that has to do with our fetcher. So here in fetchers, hey, what's up, Digital Sparky, Mr. Sir? Haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah, we're chilling. Right, so fetch branch, fetch whatever, fetch create branch, create commit, create merge request, get current config. Aha. So we are not fetching repositories, which we end up needing. Are we doing that over here? We are, and I just missed it. Let me double check it. GitHub form, GitLab form. Ah, we commented it. That was it. And this one ends up being top level as well. All right, so fetch repositories. So this ends up being GitLab. We don't want to do repository tree. Wait, what are we importing up here? So we don't have a repositories response type. And we need to be able to fetch repositories. So let's go find that. Okay, so just popping in before your doggo's groomer gets here. I thought you'd say hi. Hospital and sleep being terrible. Took you for a loop the last couple of weeks and have been trying to get back to a reasonable sleep schedule. Oof, that's the worst. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that sucks, man. Hope you feel better. Sleep being terrible, though, like, you know, that happens. I went to sleep late last night, but man, my dreams were amazing. Like, that's how I kind of, like, recognize if I'm getting good sleep or not, if I dream. If I'm able to dream, ooh, I slept well. I like that feeling. Oh, so this is probably the, not the repository thing, but yeah, I think we need to fetch projects, not repositories. Here we go. Double check one thing. Oh, Grimmer's here. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, have a good one, Sparky. Yeah, so I don't think we want any of these. I think we just want to fetch the projects and call it good. Hey, what's up, Font Dev? You been coding all day? Yeah, we've been coding for a while now. We didn't get distracted by the paper clips, which is kind of nice. You're delayed with some deliveries? Ooh, same basically, yeah. I was hoping that my cheese graters would get here earlier in the day, but nope. Oh, we might want to set simple, however. Yeah, so I think we want to do simple as part of the key. So yeah, that should be all right. And then from here, let's throw this into QuickType. Alright, so this is GitLab get projects response. All right, so this is interface GitLab project simple. All right, we'll call that good. So then our fetcher. It's what? GitLab projects response, right? Yeah. Oh, Stuttgart, that's always tricky. Do you have work to deal with? Right, because it's Friday. You probably do. Or wait, are you still on vacation? I think you were saying you were on vacation, right? So if you're on vacation, then yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Oh. You have to work on Monday again. So yeah, tonight, that sounds great. Yeah, that's kind of a smart move, I think. Reset that schedule. All right, wait. So why is that saying it's a void? All right, and then on the response, we can see, what do we see? So we still have some errors. Interesting. So, I don't see... Aha, hold up. Okay, so that might be a big part of it, right? The way we're fetching that, I think, is actually an error. And what up, Freddy Gamer? How you doing? Project/repository. Okay, so there's a value that we are not filling in for the tree fetching. Repository ID is not being set as we expected. So we don't get to that point. Wait, what? We're getting all sorts of repos that we should not have gotten. Okay, hold on. So our access level might be part of it. Ah, membership. I want membership true. All right, so then repositories is just that. Okay, so then we set the repository to demo feature flags. See, I don't think we need installations. Right, and then get form kicks in. Yeah, and that's not what we're looking for. So yeah, repository here is actually now trickier, because this should actually be part of the other stuff. Yeah, so the action icon we don't care about as much, but this select, we see if GitHub on change. Yeah, and this part we're probably going to need to massively change. Alright, so from there, we're able to fetch it. We see repositories response, but we don't have a fetch branches in the GitLab form. Let me look at the fetchers. Hold on. So we're here at the top. Fetch repos, fetch branch, fetch tree, create branch. Fetch branches right here. I did not mean to click explain. All right, so then fetch branches over in the form here. And here we go. All right, so get form here, refresh. That's our select. Yeah, refresh. Where is that defined? Ooh, interesting. Let's just re-log in again and see where we get from there. Oh, and yeah, none of that looks right to me. let's just do that for now. That way we don't have the noise from highlight, kind of like filling things up there for us. So we've got our branch set, or our repository set. We don't have the branch though. And all we see getting fetched are projects, not branches. So yeah, our fetch branches code is not Fire. So branches happen at the get form level. And the get form happens here in onboarding form. And this is probably where we're running into that issue. No, maybe not. All right, so form map is there. Okay. And yeah. Form map then has get form there, and then the stuff that we put inside. Yep. And passing branches. Yeah, when do we update branches? So that's where we define it. We call get branches here when access token, owner, and repository name change. Let's see what that looks like in here. Yeah, so something's up. We're not setting our branches at the right time. Okay. So this is a good point to start things back up tomorrow. Right? Because, yeah, I need some food in my belly. I need to get some work done tonight. Who is streaming right now?
I have wait, get team.
I guess we go raid Time Enjoyed? Sure, why not? Yeah, for sure. Thank y'all for hanging out. I'll be over on gaming here in just a little bit. We're going to put on a movie. I'll be doing some co-working. I'm going to eat a sandwich first, at least. And then, yeah, get some editing done, and then play some games a bit later tonight. So that's the goal. That's the plan. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream. All the people that hung out over there, appreciate you. Thank you.